The dare I say ragged start to the day, but you know, as I say, we're all getting back after the new year. Wakelin peeping round there.
Yeah, and all these niggly little things. Gary's got a tendency to let stuff like that affect him. Especially when you're not playing very well.
Well, the same for Fires played pretty well in the opening frame. He's taken it against Jack Jones on table 2. Remember, these matches best of 5.
That's a shot from Gary. Not sure if there's anything available after this blue, though. He's trying to power that in and open the pack of reds up, but didn't quite have enough angle, so it's just a safety.
Yeah, just on the tables. Of course, these are Rasson tables, so they're not the ones that are normally played on the World Snooker Tour. They do use them at the Champion of Champions and indeed the Summer Championship League, the ranking event version.
Gary Wilson, 6.
Chris's game has improved a lot over the last couple of years. He's found a really good level of consistency. Seems to get to the last 16 quarters of events on a regular basis.
Yeah, he was winning that shootout, wasn't it, a couple of years ago? He was actually here, Leicester. You know, it's a different sort of event, but he was the winner, and he won it with a century, the highest break of the whole tournament in the finals, just one frame. And really, you've seen the confidence since then.
One.
Just a safety shot, I'm sure, here.
Foul, no miss. 1, Gary Wilson.
Well, it's definitely safe.
4, Chris Wakelin, 3 ball.
I don't think any of this is helping Gary Wilson's attitude get much better. He's yeah, Chris will have gone, yeah, I saw that table roll off as well there, yeah. Play again, please.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's, well, he's sort of half smiling about it, isn't he, I suppose? But at least there, he gave that some thought. He didn't just get down and play it immediately, did he? He just took a breath or two.
That's a pretty good reply from Wakelin. Doesn't really want to roll the white to the black cushion with the red towards the middle, but didn't really have a right lot of choice. Yeah, because he didn't get the white tight on the cushion, he's presented this chance to Chris. That was still a good pot though.
Yeah, he had that great run to the International Championship final, which secured his top 16 place, such a big money event.
7.
Very emotional, actually, when he won his semi-final to set up the meeting with Ding. Because, you know, it's quite hard down the rankings, slogging away in qualifiers, a bit anonymous. So to have made this breakthrough, he's rightly very proud. Of course, he's done all the hard work to make it happen.
8.
Yeah, I don't know what he would say, but I think when Mark Selby moved to the same practice facility as him, it must have helped his game no end. Playing with one of the greatest players of all time, day in and day out, and seeing what he does, see about how he goes about his business. Must have been a big help for Chris.
There's only one place Mark Selby would have the cue ball here, and it's going to be not quite in behind the green, but that was the intention. I think it's certainly true that Wakelin will be aware that Gary Wilson, you know, at times can let things get to him, and so if he's sensing early frustrations, clearly not going to give him any sort of easy opening. He's going to make him earn it.
Very happy with that one. I think he's probably got a snooker back. Can he just get through?
Foul.
Yeah, free
And
ball.
a miss. 4.
Now, will Gary be
Gary
tempted
Wilson,
by
free ball.
the green or brown? There's a bit of value in taking a pot on here with the way the reds are positioned.
Free ball.
Well, I think when we look back on this year's Championship League, when it's all over, we probably won't put this forward as frame of the tournament. But they all count the same, of course.
I think Gary's looking to possibly take a chance and open these reds up and send the white down to the yellow, but changed his mind for a negative safety. Didn't play it very well if he's left him so we can see this red in balk. This is probably just going to be another negative safety. There's a chance maybe to Chris to play the double. Black's on, green's over the pocket if he gets it. Gary's got to be careful here though. Doesn't want to leave a touching ball. Because if he has, Wakelin can just play off and stick him in behind the black. So a little bit careless from Gary. And the good thing is that the forwards are fairly tightly packed together. Can't see him really leaving one.
So quite a cagey frame. As I say, these two are the two highest ranked players in this group, so I'm sure on paper they'd look at it and think, could do with getting something out of this one. Remember, if you lose 3-2, you know, the 2 frames could be massive. If you're going to lose, make sure you get frames on the board. Meanwhile, Wakelin not quite getting close to the top cushion there.
Wilson try and screw back behind the black and open the frame up. He probably should do. Just got to be careful that one of the reds doesn't find its way over a pocket. And again, hasn't got the white right to the cushion. Now Chris could reap the reward if he can get him in behind the black here. Well, whoever gets in now is going to get a great chance. Will Wilson risk this red to the middle?
Well, he went for the one to far corner. Either way, he kind of had to get it. You felt he would probably leave something. He didn't, so Chris Wakelin 23 behind. But now the reds are out in the open, so this is a definite chance for him to win this opening frame.
One.
Yeah, golden chance. Although he will not be happy with that one. That is an absolutely terrible shot.
6.
He's overhit that by, well, probably 3 feet. Left himself a missable pot into the corner. Yeah, and it's amazing. If it had just landed there, he probably would have still potted that, but knowing that was a self-inflicted wound, I can't believe how bad he played that blue.
Yeah, so didn't come to much, did it? The opening he got there, just 6 points. Well, that was nearly evil.
It's still not great.
It's not great, but it could have been absolutely horrible, that.
Well, that is, let's say, disastrous.
Yeah, I mean, you know, within a minute or two, he's gone from having a gilt-edged chance to win the frame to possibly handing it to Wilson. Although the sort of frame it's been, you wouldn't predict anything right now, but it's certainly an opportunity for Gary Wilson.
David, it's not over yet.
8.
This is definitely missable. Yeah, that's
9.
a good pot on. Almost certainly the frame winner.
Yeah, and of course in this event it's £100 a frame, so you get £100 whether it's a real scrap or you make a century. Main thing is just trying to settle in. It's a little bit of rustiness. You can maybe have predicted that. Of course, everyone coming back to work. It's a familiar story, whatever job you do in the new year. Snooker players no different.
Yeah, I would have thought though these two, you know, with the Masters looming, they would have been practicing over the Christmas and New Year period.
22.
Not necessarily everybody, but certainly these two, and especially because they're basically new to the Masters.
Gary Wilson, 22.
Well, answers on a postcard. I've got absolutely no idea what has happened there.
Yeah, and it was frame ball that. Had he potted it, Wakelin would have needed snookers. If you're just joining us on the Matchroom Pool channel, so if you're used to watching pool and you think, well, these snooker players, they're not much cop. They are, I promise you. These two are the best in the business, but this frame's been very poor, you got to say.
I was thinking, how are me and you not playing in this, David?
It's not that bad. Meanwhile, he has now potted frame ball. He'd like to be on the green, but of course he's not. But Wakelin does need a couple of snookers.
Yeah, and I think
the brown goes anyway.
He snookered himself behind the brown. That's a bold strategy. But I think Wakelin will probably sack it off anyway, unless he misses this. But that's a very strange shot he's just played.
Gary Wilson, 5.
Well, I thought Wakelin would call it a day and be happy to see the end of this frame.
Yeah, I mean, they both had a bucket full of chances, really, but barring snookers, it's going to be Wilson. If he can put the red away, then it's going to be his for sure.
You can tell they're not paying for the lights.
Well, I mean, we've been going since 2008 in the Championship League, and in the early years, because I think the players weren't quite sure what it was all about, they didn't treat it maybe the same as they did other events, but in more recent years they do play, you know, the proper stuff, and we're seeing it here. And that's a snooker. Well, it just sort of had to end like that in a way, didn't it? He's fluked the red out the snooker. Chris Wakelin's conceded. Funny old start that, but it is Gary Wilson who leads here in Leicester 1-0.
gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Well, it's good to be back for the new year. The BetVictor Championship League off and running. Group 1, remember there are 7 groups, and the winner of each will go through to the final winners group, because there is a place for that winner, the eventual champion in next season's Champion of Champions. Mark Selby, in fact, got in through that route this year. Anyway, Chris Wakelin, I'm sure, as Peter says, pleased to see the back of that first frame. I think Gary Wilson was as well. The difference was, of course, Wilson won it. Best of 5. So it's only first to 3 to get the first point.
Yeah, test of queuing straight away for Chris. Can he knock this one in?
One.
Yeah, that was nicely cued, but timing just not quite there at the moment. He's overscrewed it by quite a way.
Four. Five.
Yeah, that was nicely struck. Just about had the angle. Screw for this red.
12.
Yeah, taking the top one to open a few up. Run through the pack of reds. Yeah, nicely played. Now all of a sudden in 2 shots it's become a very good chance. Well, I say that, and he hasn't got into the cue ball enough, and he's left himself in the
20.
pack. He caught the red too thick. He has still got a pot, and luckily he can get his cue through the 2 reds to cue it normally. Where's the cue ball going that?
21.
Well, it's no good. Yeah, looked like he had recovered, as you say, looked like he might go in off, but then bounced off the knuckle. Big green this. Well, that'll make him feel good. Had to get that.
24.
Yeah, played it very confidently. At the moment, Chris is playing 1 good shot, 1 bad shot.
25.
Is there any structure, Dave, to how the groups get worked out? Is there any seeding, or is it just a random draw?
No, basically the players can request which group to come in. So I guess they go down the rankings, they ring up Judd Trump. Would you like to play? If so, which group? And Judd will be in one of the later groups. And so on until they fill it up. So these players have had the chance to come in this group, which, you know, if you're in the Masters is, I think, good. Because, of course, even if you don't get through this one, you can still come back on Monday if you survive relegation. So could get a good few days practice ahead of the Masters, and this is a proper event in its own right as well. But yeah, it's a bit of a jigsaw puzzle for the guys from Matchroom, just sort of fitting together all the requests from the various players when they want to play.
Yeah, and I suppose then on the flip side to that, someone slightly lower down, like Elliot's Leicester, give him a chance to practice whilst earning good money in the process.
Yeah, which is what these guys want to do, isn't it? They want to play snooker and get paid for it. They're professionals, and you can, in this event, really rack up the money if you can kind of avoid getting knocked out early on. .25 places available. Not everyone has taken them up in the top 25. So Slessor, for example, is 31 in the world.
47.
A few others just outside that top 25 as well who will get in the event or will have the opportunity to play in it. Not sure there might be a problem with the scoreboard in terms of the points going on. They're going on. Chris Wakelin has got 48 here, not 31. John Pellou's sort of staring at that scoreboard and willing it to tick over.
55.
Yeah, that rest, it was no good in frame 1, so there's no reason why it should be any better in frame 2.
Just taking the loose reds, knowing he's almost at the winning line.
57.
57, so it's red, black, and one more red. Yeah, doesn't want to be straight. I think he is. Yeah, and he's come up a little bit
65.
short. This is frame ball. He's going for it into the middle.
Yeah, the score on the screen is not right. It's 65.
It's crashed again.
It's crashed. Scoreboard's crashed.
Put the manual scoreboard there.
So they're going to use a manual scoreboard, which is not much use to us, but that seems to be what they've decided. So
65. Supposed to be up there.
I'm sure at one point he was on 48. Then he potted a black 55. I'm not sure that score's right, you know. Chris Wakelin seems to be querying it as well. I think he might have a few more points, and that's massive, obviously, because if he's got at least 68, then Wilson needs a snooker.
Yeah, 65.
John Pellou's certain, and he's the referee, so we'll go with him.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm with you, David. I think the referee's made an error. I think he's miscounted. Because when you said he was on 31, he was definitely on 48, and then he potted the black 55, red blue, and then red black after that. That should be 69.
Want me to go and ask him to fix it?
After 31.
The problem is the scoreboard stopped. You know, I mean, it's kind of referee's got a lot to do with that, trying to tally up the score as well. Now he's departed. Chris is not sort of making this point fiercely just saying, I'm not sure it's right.
Because the green is going up there, then it just blacks every time off.
Yeah, you need to double check.
Quite important, though, isn't it? I mean, we need to know what the score is in the frame. It's quite a fundamental thing. Of course, they can. I mean, you know, someone could go back on YouTube and actually have a look, because it's all on there. John Pellew has departed. I bet he delighted his turn up today, John. He's right in the thick of all of it down there, isn't he? And the equipment's failing him. The rest didn't work properly. The scoreboard's not working properly. Anyway, the slight hold up in play. So let's go to table 2. Hossein Vafai leads Jack Jones 1-0. The frame 2. Look at this. It's not too inviting.
Let's go back to table 1.
Yeah, not a lot better here. Hopefully that score on screen is the score. Oh no. Little knuckle.
Now then, can Hossein play a shot where he plays a cannon on the reds and knock the black towards the pocket, pop this red? This could open the whole frame up. If he plays the end, if he catches the end red, should promote the black out and maybe open the reds as well. Yeah, just didn't hit it hard enough to knock the black towards the pocket.
Maybe he was a bit nervous about actually knocking the black in. Quite a quick opening frame, but this one just got a bit involved, and there's going to be a bit more mileage in it yet with those 2 reds still safe by the black.
Yeah, now that shot is very unlike Hossein Vafai. I've practiced with him a lot, and I've never ever seen him refuse a shot like that, ever. He normally goes for everything, no matter where it is on the table.
Well, we're just staying on this table while we sort out table 1 with the scoreboard, but of course you can watch table 2 live on YouTube, the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. We'll have table 2 for you.
No prizes for guessing the next shot. Although there's not a right lot of value in even getting the snooker. Where the balls are, almost impossible to get left in. I think he might be better playing the green down into these 2 reds and trying to open them up and get the white back in behind the brown. Yeah, I just didn't see the value in that.
Jack Jones 1.
Absolutely no chance of Hossein leaving a red on.
Talking about the Masters, of course, Jack Jones did get in the top 16 after his run to the World Championship final, but just slipped out again. It's very hard to get in that 16 now. I mean, Neil Robertson won a tournament, didn't he? Got back in, dropped out again. So I'm sure he's disappointed the Masters coming up. He's not in it, but try and pile on the points and get in it next year, I guess. Hossein as well, you know, he's played in the Masters before and would have been hoping to return. Still waiting for table 1 to resume. Hopefully John Pellew hasn't got in his car and driven home. I wouldn't blame him if he had done, actually. There is apparently a software issue on the scoring, so they're working on it. But we'll hopefully be back over there shortly.
potential cross double for Hossein. Oh, he looked in. Well, he's got second prize.
There's John staring at that, almost willing that scoreboard just to come back to life. What you can't see there, Paul Collier, the tournament director, is tinkering with something. But the important thing is they get the score in the frame right, because John Pellew is convinced Chris Wakelin is on 65 with 67 on.
Same
but
with faithful.
following the score as he was calling it out, I think, as Peter said, he's got a few more points than that, which would have get him over the line, barring the snooker.
Put the cue ball back first, and then we'll do the green, yeah? Because I know where this was, so. Okay.
Rob Spencer in charge of this match.
I don't think it was quite full ball. It was like 3/4 ball obstructing it, so obviously it needs to go that way across. How's that look? Touch more this way, yeah? 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 I was saying, yeah? Yeah, you could, yeah. Yeah. That's why I knew where the cue ball was, you see, yeah.
Yes, sir, really wants to hit this red this time. He plays the one in the middle of the table.
Well, we are ready to go again on table one, and Chris Wakelin on 71, in fact, not 65. So Wilson does need a couple of snookers here. Well, hopefully that'll be the last malfunction. It doesn't help the players, obviously. You know, they get into a rhythm and then they're having to just hang around. Wakelin can pot one more red. That's surely one each. Not in, though. Gary Wilson is known for playing for snookers as well, of course, last season at that Scottish Open when he won the semi-final against Joey Long. He got 3 on the colours in the decider.
I think that'll be it now. Can't see Chris missing this red again. Just had a practice go out. But he has.
You were saying? Yeah, the danger is Wilson can sort of start clearing a few reds out the way. You know, you take it down to maybe one red, then you know then that is sort of free ball territory, and things can start happening. Table 2 stopped for some reason. Not sure what's happening there, but still that red by the black is causing it to be a long frame.
Six.
Yeah, Wilson was hoping to promote that red to get on it so he could pot a few reds and blacks. Try and get a snooker with just one red left.
6.
this cue ball going.
1.
Well, he needs this in, otherwise surely it's frame over.
Yeah, taking the blue though with the other red means he now needs 2 snookers.
Gary Wilson. 8.
He seems to quite enjoy playing for them, though. You know, he'll play on Elliot Slessor. He's a fellow northeasterner. He does the same because they play each other tomorrow morning, so that match might never end.
He's hanging in there.
Seven. 8.
Good. Needs this pink in.
Gary Wilson. 8.
Still didn't concede.
Referee will be standing close by here. Well, can't blame him. We didn't see, but he had to. But he caught the red, and has he got him in a snooker here? I think he has.
Yeah, Chris kind of asked for that, I'm afraid.
It's a nasty little spot, that, isn't it? Pink and black there. Well, play stopped on table 2. I don't know whether maybe the scoreboard is gone kaput there as well. But anyway, hopefully they'll resume soon. It's still 1-0 to Vafai. Red is going to be close to the pocket. Going to be in the pocket. And that is that for this frame. Chris Wakelin made that good 71 earlier on. And that got him to the snooker's required stage. And he's levelled the match at 1 each. Here's the red again. Always seemed likely to find its target. Anyway, we're level with a possible 3 frames to play.
trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So the first match here on table 1 in Group 1 of the Championship League is level 1 each. As I say, it's first to 3, so still a possible 3 frames to play. Chris Wakelin levelling up against Gary Wilson. In amongst all of that, with the trouble with the scoreboard and everything, Wakelin made a nice break in that last frame. He lost his way a little bit early on, but he kept it going.
Yeah, not a good break off from Gary Wilson. Left this red round the back of the black. And that's been crunched in. And I think he's all right for the green. That's a slow up. Just about okay on this red.
4.
Yeah, I mean, he played poorly in the first frame, but let's be honest, so did Wilson, so it's just a question of forgetting about it and moving on, and he did that in frame 2. His attitude is so good at the moment. He's feeling great. He's got that Masters to look forward to. That's a big thing to be in next week.
Yeah, things are going along nicely for Chris. If I'm not mistaken, him and his partner are either going to have a baby or just had a baby.
10.
Oh, things are all rosy for Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, just having a really positive attitude can make a big difference when things don't go right on the table, and a lot of the times they won't do.
11.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest things. You've got to just stay positive all the time. Things can turn around pretty quickly if you work hard and you have the right attitude. Yeah, that's a lovely shot.
18. 19.
Now, is it into the reds? Probably should be. Yeah, he's not hit that one well at all.
26.
Well, if you're going to predict in playing this shot, where would the cue ball finish? I don't think you'd have put it here, would you?
Chris Wakelin, 26.
We are still going on table 2 in that second frame. It was complicated by those reds next to the black. They're on the colours, and Hossein Vafai leads by 10.
Yeah, I sense that Gary Wilson is getting a little bit frustrated at the moment. I think if Chris could find a good visit and turn the screw, he could wrap this match up.
Their last significant meeting was actually in that Scottish Open last year that, of course, Wilson won 5-0. He beat him in the quarterfinals in Edinburgh.
That's a pretty good shot from Chris. He's opened the balls up. He has left a pot on, but getting the white so close to the ball cushion, he's kind of forcing Gary Wilson's hand a little bit.
One.
Yeah, Gary laughing there. I don't think he'd have been laughing if that had stayed over the pocket. Yeah, and here's what I don't understand. His very first shot of the match, he played a similar shot to that, and he said the table rolled off, and he's just played it again, expecting for a different result.
Gary Wilson.
Meanwhile, Jack Jones has won that second frame on the pink against Hossein Vafai. It was a long frame. The balls went awkward, so one each on table 2. Remember, that's on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel.
Now Wakelin is in big trouble. Not many safe places. Wonder if he could just drop onto the red to the right of the black closest to the cushion. It's not easy. He's looking to try and flick off 2 cushions and go back to ball, but again, not easy. But yeah, that's a excellent shot and outcome. Yeah, Gary Wilson, a bit like Stuart Bingham really, where he just loves playing snooker. He just enters everything he possibly can. Tries his best in everything. Getting the most out of himself.
Yeah, and he's a hard practicer as well, you know. As I was walking in, because we have to walk past the practice tables, I could hear someone on there, and I kind of thought in my head, I bet it's Gary. And it'll be here tonight as well, even after play. You know, that's what he does. He puts the work in.
I thought you were going to say it was Stuart Bingham.
Well, that would be enthusiasm. He's not here till Group 6. Wouldn't put it past him, though.
Yeah, this is a terrific shot. That is Wilson's best shot of the day by far. Caught that red absolutely perfect. Such a difficult shot to catch it wafer thin. Should be okay, Chris. 2 cushions and drop on this red for the extreme left.
Foul.
Can't really leave much, I don't think, so
Gary Wilson.
I'll go back and just give him another go.
The back, yeah.
It's right up close to the brown, so it's more sort of closest to the and just slightly left. So, just a fraction. Yeah.
Yeah, as good as Gary Wilson's last shot was, didn't get any reward from it where the Reds were positioned. this is going to be a chance, though. That's going over the pocket. Now, can he see it? Can he get past? Yeah, it's funny how this has worked out, Dave. I thought this would be a fairly open, free-flowing game. It's like a Christmas handicap.
Yeah, I mean, the tone was kind of set early on. It looked, as you said, like Wakelin was starting to take a bit of control, but when he failed to get into the reds off the black earlier in this frame, felt like it sort of turned again. Meanwhile, they haven't started frame 3 on table 2. I think there's another issue with the scoreboard there because the players have actually left the arena, so hopefully that will be rectified. These scoreboards, maybe they're a bit like the Christmas lights, you know, you sort of throw them in a cupboard, don't you, when you take the tree down, and then around comes December, they're all knotted together, you think, oh, why did I do that?
Has been tempted by this long red. Yeah, and he's played it pretty well. He's on the black. Took a chance there, Gary Wilson, trying to get the white down the table, but it hasn't paid off. To go on the pink spot, really, and it has.
8. Nine. Sixteen.
Yeah, that's okay. Had to be slightly too high on this black than too low. Wow.
Chris Glenn, 17.
Another chance goes begging.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting the openings, isn't he? And another sort of look of frustration as he sits down.
One.
Yeah, Gary, just got to be careful. Can't really drop this black in. Probably snooker himself on the red, so I may have to play a slight stun shot, make the black a little bit harder. Played it well though. Well, the black's going back on its own spot now, so probably won't put in the left-hand pocket.
8.
I think the way he's looking, he has landed okay on the blue. It's no good though.
No, just looking to be on one there, but a little puff of the cheeks because it didn't quite happen. Actually a big second half of the season for Gary Wilson because he's 16 now in the world rankings. Those points for winning the first Scottish Open came off, of course, so yeah, he took a little step backwards in terms of his ranking because he went out round 1 in this season's Scottish Open, so he obviously wants to be seeded for the Crucible. That'll be the big aim. Apart from obviously trying to win tournaments, that goes without saying, but in terms of the end of the season, doesn't want to be going for the qualifying, wants to be seeded in Sheffield. Wakelin 15, so he's in that same little bracket. Should be said though, because the Players Series, that's 3 ranking tournaments that are limited field, starting with the World Grand Prix. That's the top 32 on the 1-year list. So Chris Wakelin 10 on the 1-year list, so he's looking good for that one. Well, he will be in that one. Players Championship top 16, so there's a chance to steal a march there on some of his rivals for the top 16 by earning points in those events.
Yeah, that's a good safety. Got to be a little bit careful. Yeah, he's played it pretty well, but I think there is a couple of options for Chris. Just bounced a fraction further than he wanted it to. Yeah, but both players struggling. Now another great chance for Gary Wilson. To just play a cannon on the red to the left of the 3. Yeah, knock it towards the pocket. That opens up the other 2 as well. Now just make sure you get high on the next black.
16.
Which he hasn't done, I don't think. He's going to have to play the next red from higher on the black. Should just play on this red to roll it along the cushion. It's probably going to be frame ball either way.
Yeah, the key shot. It's been good effort so far. A lot of mistakes in this match from both players. Is Wilson just coming to life at the right time, though? It wriggles in. It wriggles in, and that'll do. So now it's about just staying in, and it looks like he'll be going 2-1 in front.
Yeah, Chris Wakelin has really put himself under pressure now for no reason whatsoever. He should have won this frame 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, I mean, although it was 1 each, he was actually looking a big favourite, wasn't he? But it's all turned again, and this has been a good visit from Wilson. Exactly what he needed just to get his own confidence going today.
Yeah, this is frame ball, the brown.
So, by far, Wilson's best break of the day. Going to give him a 2-1 lead. Remember, it's first to 3 that takes the point. Nice visit in the end. Clearance of 67.
67.
From Gary Wilson. So Chris Wakelin had a lot of chances there to win the frame, but it goes to Wilson, who's 1 away from victory, leading here 2-1.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Welcome back to Leicester. So that 67 clearance from Gary Wilson has given him a 2-1 lead in this race to 3. First match of the first group of the BetVictor Championship League. Chris Wakelin won one of the groups last year, got himself into the winners group. And had a great chance, or several chances, you've got to say, in that third frame. But now, not just he lost the frame, it's how he lost it. Wilson suddenly getting it all together and no doubt feeling really good coming into frame 4.
Gary will be looking for one good chance to get this match wrapped up. Back to the practice table, prepare for his next one.
One.
Yeah, not the worst kiss in the world. Yellow into the middle, and there's a red next to the brown that I'm almost certain passes.
Three.
Now will he play into the reds right now? Normally very attacking, Garrett. I think he's winding up for it. He's hit it well. Yeah, the black's gone a little bit tied up and the pink didn't develop, but the reds are nice. He's not hit that one well. He's overscrewed it by a mile. He should have been just screwing back for the blue there. I mean, yeah, he's mistimed it. He's missed the pot. Found himself in a little bit of bother.
One.
Yeah, decent pot. Not great position. And I'm almost certain I just heard the referee say that the scoreboard's gone again.
He sort of whispered it, didn't he? But yeah, that sounds like it may be an issue. That's hence we haven't got the point on the screen for Chris. Well, doesn't add to that point. And now,
It's crashed again.
You've got to feel for the players here, but the official as well. It's not John Palou's fault if the scoreboard isn't working properly.
3 and 1. Yes.
Yeah, it may have come back on now. Okay, let's fingers crossed. What Gary Wilson would like is to see his own score get to the point here where he's won the match. And it's a good chance, you've got to say.
Yeah, I think he's just one decent positional shot away. If he can just move that red away from the black spot. And he's taking it first go. He's come a little bit further than he would have liked to make the pot unmissable. Yeah, which is why he's changing his plan. just got into that one a little bit too much. Would have liked to have been dead straight on this red, so he could have just stunned it and stopped the white stone dead. Still should be okay. Yeah, still hasn't got the angle to move that red yet. Play on that red, that is for certain, but it's a bonus now it's in. Yeah, not in complete control yet, Gary, but he's still at the table.
Again, the points don't seem to be going on.
35.
But the break goes up to 35.
So I think he's on 44, so he's 43 in front.
36.
I think you should go out there, Peter, and hold up a manual scoreboard in front of the camera so we can follow it.
Okay, I'll be back in 10.
Well, hopefully, from Wilson's perspective, it won't be an issue because he'll get the match win. It's obviously not ideal if he can't see the score.
43.
Yeah, so he's 52.
Yeah, so he's asking. He's 51 in front, isn't he?
52, I'm on.
And Chris had 1 point, didn't he? So
Yeah.
Points wise, I'm on 52. Do you know what I'm saying? There's 9 difference. So I'm on 52 points.
43, right?
So I'm on 52 points.
yeah, so he's 51 in front. Just checking.
43. 44.
Yeah, so we'll probably see him play for the red out in the middle of the table. Maybe the one closest to the left-hand pocket.
$51.
So yeah, that was, I believe, was frame ball.
Yeah, and in the end, he's put together 2 nice breaks here, Wilson.
$59.
Yeah, he's on 69 points. Chris Wakelin just won, so this match is done. A few trials and tribulations, not necessarily all to do with the players, but the main thing for Gary Wilson, of course, the result. It was always going to be a tough one, the 2 highest seeds in the group. Chris Wakelin will feel, I'm sure, he just let things slip in frame 3 when he was starting to look the stronger player. But Gary Wilson
65.
made a 67 clearance in that frame. He's made a 65 break in this one, and he wins the first match of Group 1 of this year's Championship League. He'll be back later on in this session to play Jack Jones, but Chris Wakelin will return in about 5 minutes to take on Pang Zhengzhu, and Peter will be joined for that one by Stephen Hallworth.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
The future is nine ball.
Has a past, but it has a bright future.
Nine ball is the future
because of the history.
More professional pool tournaments
around the world.
More traveling.
More fun.
More cash, more trophies.
More drama.
I can play big tournaments close to my home.
More motivation for everyone.
We all play in one roof.
The world ranking is the most important thing. The pool players have clarity, transparency.
See where you stand and
see where you want to head to
qualify for the big events.
Trying to become #1.
It's a great opportunity to play the best event of the year.
Dream come true, Mosconi Cup.
To Mosconi Cup.
The dream for everyone, Mosconi Cup.
What a shot he's played there! A minimum of $3 million prize money. Over 49 ball World Tour events. Over 1,000 hours of live pool.
It's fast and exciting to watch, and you never know what can happen.
just shoot them in order.
The 9-Ball World Tour.
World Tour.
9-Ball World Tour.
9-Ball World Tour.
9-Ball World Tour.
Brought to you by Matchroom.
Gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Hello and a very warm welcome back to the ever-present Mattioli Arena here in Leicester. It's, of course, BetVictor Championship League Snooker, first event of this calendar year. Happy New Year to you all. We're back, of course, and our first match it has already got underway and completed. Chris Wakelin failing to get a victory over Gary Wilson. Gary coming through 3-1, a winner. Here's a little look at the afternoon session. So up next here on Table 1, Pang Zhengzhu against Chris Wakelin, who stays out there for his second match. Table 2 still in action over on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Still in their first match over there, actually. Jack Jones taking on Hossein Vafai. Vafai leading 2 frames to 1. That match will be followed by Elliot Slesser, Ryan Day, and then Hussein and Elliot. Again, Table 2, Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But our attention is very much on Pang Zhengzhu against Chris Wakelin here in our final match of this afternoon session. Gary Wilson against Jack Jones. So just while we're waiting for the players to arrive here on Table 1, we'll just quickly dip in over on Table 2 and just catch the end, or, well, edging towards the end of this match. Seems to have been going a long old while. Jack Jones, of course, runner-up at the World Championships last season. Hasn't quite hit the heights he may have hoped to have off the back of that, trailing Hossein Vafai. And rejoining me after a quick 5-minute lie down in a dark room after that one, Peter Lyons. That was a bit of a scrap, wasn't it, Pete?
Yeah, it was, but I'm sure Gary Wilson won't be bothered. He's got the victory. But yeah, it was hard work from start to finish. It seemed like nothing was going right on or off the table.
20.
Always an interesting format, this Championship League, the Invitational event, which we're playing over the next couple of weeks, and even the ranking version of this in the summer. You know, how the format works is quite key, because we're just going to see Chris Wakelin taken on the next game on Table 1, and after losing your opening game, you don't want to lose 2 on the spin, because pretty quickly you can start to feel like you're not involved in this group. £205,000 in total in the prize pot. Prize money on offer for all these players, money for winning frames and getting through to the playoffs, and then of course the £10,000 prize tag for lifting this title. There's still a lot to play for. So as I say, that's the action on Table 2, Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But here on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel, we're just about ready to get underway here. Pang Zhengzhu joining the arena to take on Chris Wakelin in his opening match. Referee John Pellew. He's been put through the ringer already so far today. Chris Wakelin just having a little giggle saying, does the scoreboard work? We don't know, Chris. We'll soon find out. Does your break-off work?
I'll tell you what's not working. His cue action at the moment. He's all over the place. It's Chris Wakelin. And the opportunity for Pang to get his cueing going. Yeah, and I believe that Pang is the most dedicated of all the Chinese players playing at Ding's Academy. Never seen off the practice table.
Yeah, I agree. I've seen it firsthand. Here's one for you, Pete. I went to practice with Nopon a couple of years ago. I arrived at 9:30. The academy didn't open till 10, so we had a coffee. Pang was already in there practicing. He was doing a lineup at 9:30. I left at 6 and he was still doing a lineup.
What, hadn't he cleared it?
Still trying to pop the first red. Yeah, it's just relentless relentless is the word for it. You know, he's such a hard practice. He's such a steady player as well. I think, you know, he's become one of these players where you kind of know what to expect with Pang. There's nothing flamboyant about how he goes about his business. He just sort of gets the job done. He's become quite a reliable player.
Yeah, now that, excuse me, that will get you so far in the game, being dedicated and hard-working, but do you think he's got that little bit extra to push on and go and win a tournament or tournaments?
He's seen so many of his fellow countrymen enjoy a lot of success in recent months and over the last couple of seasons. I'm sure he'd like a taste of it himself. Best result to date, the WST Classic runner-up a few seasons ago, lost to Mark Selby in this very arena.
Yeah, high on the blue. Will he take the opportunity to get straight down now into the reds? Yeah, just didn't find the zip on the cue ball to work those reds open.
Just on that point you made about him potentially being a regular winner, Pete, he looks like he exerts a lot of energy when he's playing snooker. In terms of, he's very methodical, isn't he? It looks very drilled, and he goes through a routine and a rhythm every time he plays a shot, and over a prolonged period of time, you know, that's got to be hard work, hasn't it, to withstand that?
Yeah, absolutely. A little bit like Jack Jones on the other table. When you see the players playing that just play naturally, it doesn't seem to take anything out of them. Like you just said there, though, about Pang. So do you think you can over-practice?
Well, personally, I think you can, because I've experienced it myself in the past. You know, in the lead up to big events, really put a lot of hours in, and, you know, almost, I don't like to use the phrase burnt out, because we all like to play snooker and we'd be practicing anyway, but, you know, when I get to a game, just haven't felt as sharp, or that hunger isn't quite there to you know, get the results. And I think you can, I really do.
5.
But then in the same breath, you know, as you know, Pete, every player's different, and I'm sure he's had that conversation with himself.
I can only think that has drifted off a little bit, because he's caught that way too thin.
I suppose from what we've seen so far, particularly in the opening match, it's probably a big advantage for Chris Wakelin to be staying out there in the arena. Pang hasn't yet got to grips with the conditions, and there was a couple in the opening match, wasn't there, that seemed to deviate.
Yeah, but the only thing is that I don't think Chris has got to grips with the conditions. It doesn't look like he's been putting the hours in over the festive period. His touch seems well off at the moment.
Really surprises me, you know, particularly with Chris. He's playing in the Masters next week as well. Sometimes a break can do you good, but making your debut in such a big tournament, we might be wrong. Look, he might just be having a slow start to the day, and we could be having this conversation later, and he's absolutely flying again. But it has been a shaky start from Wakelin.
Yeah, that red just about on the pink spot. Looks like it does pass the other reds. So a fairly routine shot back down the table. Could use the reds just to run off them, glance off them, and run down for the black. Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate. A fraction more on the cue ball would have been perfect.
Yeah, so now needs to follow that pot up with a good pot on this black. This is missable, and he's opened the reds up for Chris Wakelin.
Should be able to play it in a way, though, where the black stays over the pocket if he doesn't get it. Yeah, so not really doing much damage. Can't see Chris attempting the double. Although, does this red pass? Chris is getting down pretty quickly. Yeah, Chris's touch just isn't there at the moment, though. He should have been on the blue there from that shot.
It's amazing, isn't it? Just how quickly you can lose your touch when you're not practicing, and equally how quickly you can get it back when you've got a few games under your belt. It's a real struggle for Wakelin so far, and he needs to find something, and find something fast, because these group phases can be pretty cutthroat.
Yeah, and before you know it, you're staring down relegation from the competition altogether. Has to happen to two of them.
Quickly 2 each over on table 2, Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Jack Jones and Hossein Vafai. That decider has just got underway. Hossein in amongst the ball, so we'll keep you up to date with all the results as they come in from table 2 as well.
Yeah, just about frame ball now for Pang. Hasn't really had to do much either to get to this point. Well, that is unforgivable. Just got to pot this to leave him needing snookers.
Yeah, 41 the difference, 43 still remains, so a glimmer of a chance for Chris Wakelin to keep his hopes alive in this frame. But just talking about energy exerted, that's exactly my point. You know, these days are very long. You pot that pink, it's frame over, set them up. This frame could now be dragged out even longer, but for a cross double here.
Chris will be going for this. I can't see Chris turning much down the way he's feeling at the moment. But somehow he's still in there. Was a pretty good shot from Pang. And that's a pretty good result for Chris Wakelin. If you can't see the left-hand edge of this red, he's going to struggle to get to a safe position. Yeah, and he's definitely given a chance. Not easy, but it is a chance. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball with the pink hanging.
There's nothing really safe on this table, so Pang needs to be mindful here. This frame is far from over.
Yeah, another possible shot to nothing for Wakelin. Not done Chris any favours. Knocked the green safe. The last red's gone tight on the vault cushion. Pang's up the red and got the green off the cushion. surely Chris has to play the red that's in baulk. Try and get it back down the other end of the table and safe somehow. Knowing he needs at least one pink, one black to be able to win the frame.
Well, that's not the best safety shot he's ever played. This red will clip to this left corner. And it's a chance to get this frame won for Pang.
Does it cut in the middle? Obviously not, otherwise I think he'd already be down playing it. Yeah, that was a pretty good shot in the end for Pang to win the frame. Yeah, I'll be surprised to see Chris get out of his seat, even if this red doesn't go in.
Well, the green not to be, but surely now at the end of this opening frame. And there's the nod from Chris Wakelin. So it's first frame played for Pang Zhengzhou, first frame won. It's £100 banked, and he's up and running here in Leicester. He leads Chris Wakelin 1-0.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Pang Zhengzhou leads Chris Wakelin here on Table 1, live on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. Table 2 in action as well, just across the other side of the arena on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. First match of the day, still locked at 2 apiece over there. It's been a slow old start to proceedings here, but So things can soon turn around. Pang Zhengzhou with the better of the start, leading 1-0. A lot of matches to be played over the course of the next 2 days. 2 players will be eliminated from the event. 4 places up for grabs in the playoffs. The top 4 players, when all group matches have been played, will contest a playoff. The 5th ranked player will come back definitely for the next group, Group 2. The eventual playoff winner, the group winner, booking their place into winners group, which at the moment is being held on the 3rd and 4th of February. 7 places, 7 groups up for grabs.
Six. Seven.
So, into the reds. But don't miss the black.
Seven. Excuse me. System's crashed again, Chris.
Well, if there was a shot to sum up Chris Wakelin's day so far, it was that one.
We'll have to wait a minute to get it back.
As we have another technical issue with the scoreboard, the system once again has crashed, so John Pellew just asking the players to give him a moment. Got a feel for John, he's been really put through it this morning. First day back at work in the new year.
I'll have to go upstairs. Sorry about this, Jack.
Well, why don't they just use the normal scoreboard?
Because that would be too easy, Pete.
And get on with it.
So just while we wait for the little issue to be resolved here on table 1, we'll quickly dive in over on table 2. Still engrossed in a deciding frame finish, Jack Jones and Hussein Bafai. Hussein was in with the initial chance, got to 45, and Jack Jones has made somewhat of a comeback in this frame, but look at the balls, very, very scrappy, very tight finish to this one. Still the first match on table 2. Sure, Jack Jones will be slightly disappointed that he's not featuring in the Masters next week. After that run to the World Final and a few results afterwards, he might have fancied nicking a place in that Masters and making his debut, but been a bit of a struggle of a season for Jack Jones. Only the one semi-final in the ranking version of this event to write home about. Quarter-final in Shanghai, the first event of the season, and the 3 other quarterfinals in the British Open and the Champion of Champions, but nothing else to write home about. I suppose that's one thing he's had to sort of deal with this season, isn't it, Pete? That run to the World Final, there was a lot of talk about Jack. Can he kick on? All of a sudden he's thrown into the top 16 in the world, and do you really believe you belong in the top 16?
Yeah, I suppose only he can answer that, but it has definitely been a struggle for him.
Foul, miss.
Yeah, I don't think he's playing bad though either. I just think one reason or another the results just aren't coming.
Just not 100% how far off the cushion you were. I know the line, but yeah, okay, the same, yeah. Well, I know you couldn't. Yeah, possibly a fraction, can't you? How's that one? It might be further forward. That might be what you're looking at. Slight, because I think that's the line, definitely. How does that one now?
The same. You happy with that? Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this shot is even on.
Foul. Gonna miss. The
Playing
same
it from
with
where
both.
he's playing it from, he's gone as close as he can to the middle pocket without catching the knuckle and come inside it twice.
And that's the difference. Joe Public sat at home watching me think this is on, but unless you've played on these tables and experienced these conditions and know how the cushions in particular react early on, in a few days' time they may just square up a touch and this shot may be on, but at the minute there's quite a lot of slide. Well, he's just caught the bump of the knuckle there.
Yeah, and he's been a little bit fortunate, or I might be doing him a disservice. He might have been just brilliant. To judge the bump of the middle pocket and hit that perfect was some shot.
A little bit of a stalemate here. It's not really up to Hussein to try and develop things. He's got a 21-point advantage in this deciding frame. It's sort of on Jack Jones to try and make something happen. He's the sort of player that he never really pushes the boat out. He'll always play the percentage shot.
Yeah, and that was a complete mishit from Jones, and very fortunate not to leave anything.
So back to table one. It seems the minor issue with the scoreboard has been resolved for the time being. We'll continue on. Can't imagine these little issues are doing much for the mood of Chris Wakelin. Lost his opening match 3-1 to Gary Wilson. Had to stay out in the arena just because of how the format works. And there you see, looking up to the heavens, there's not much to look at up there. I can see it myself. But he's looking for some hope, perhaps.
I think he's asleep now. Yeah, Pang, not the sort of player to be rushed. He's just going to go about his business. Now he's got an opportunity here, though, to pot this red and screw off the pack of reds, back out for the blue, pink or balt colours and open everything up if he wants to try and take it. Surely it's the shot.
Yeah, I'm with you. 100%, that's got to be the shot here.
Especially for a right-hander.
Because if he doesn't play it now, he's got to get pretty much back to the same point to play that shot again. It's not a very inviting pack to go into off the black.
Does it look like he's topping it, though? Yeah, I just feel like you had a much better chance of getting on a colour by screwing out of those reds rather than topping it through with only one colour to play for.
Yeah, exactly that. Only the black to play for, topping it through, whereas going out for pink, blue or bought colours, you're increasing your percentages. So now needs to follow that shot up with a good pot on this black. This is very missable.
It's a good shot. He's cued it well.
21.
Yeah, I'm sure Chris Wakelin is fearing the worst if he's still awake. Yeah, that's a
25.
little bit of a loose shot. Shouldn't really be a problem, but also it should have been another couple of feet down the table there, Pang. Yeah, these balls look pretty good, but even like that red just being slightly in the way of his bridge hand makes it a little bit more awkward.
This is where the hours and hours of practice really tell. When you're in positions like this, when you're well practiced and feeling comfortable in stroke, pretty much feels like nothing can go wrong in a situation like this. Of course, we all know that things can go wrong and they can go wrong very quickly, but I'm sure Pang will be now looking at this chance as pretty much almost a certainty to get this frame won.
It's hard to see where this can go wrong. All from that straightforward black that Chris Wakelin missed, trying to split the reds.
And he'll happily take gifted chances all day long, Pang Zhengzhou. As you say, it was off the black that Chris Wakelin missed. Doesn't look very happy at all, Chris Wakelin, but that's not for Pang to concern himself with. He's here to do a job, and he'll stand up and take these chances all day long.
There's 50 in front, just red, black, red. We'll take the frame. A little subplot at play as well. £500 available for the highest break in the group as the action just concludes over on table 2. Or has it? Yeah, he's left the yellow over the pocket as Jack Jones, and Hossein has swiped it, playing like an exhibition shot, but knocked the black in. So instead of him needing 4 snookers, he now needs 1.
Yeah, I saw Jack Jones come to the table, and I just presumed it was to shake the hand, but it's a good job he kept his hand in his pocket until those balls came to rest, because that was incredible. He's got a pretty much guaranteed snooker at some stage, Jack Jones, if he can pop this brown and get somewhere near the blue or lay up in that area now. There's some couple of big targets on this table.
Jack Jones 5.
Still the outside chance of a century for Pang on table 1. He's taken these nicely, considering he had to wait a few moments to come to the table to start this break off initially. Break goes to 90. And there is the century, the first ton of the day here on table 1. Possibly won't threaten the high break come the end of play tomorrow evening. But you never know. Like to try and clear the table here, Pang. If anything, just to try and lay down more of a marker to Chris Wakelin. He's had a pretty torrid start to 2025 in terms of action on the table. Pang Zhengzhou looking to just inflict more pain here. So this black then for a clearance of 124. And in it goes. Nothing adventurous about that final black from Pang, just getting the job done. A breaker 1-2-4 to extend his lead here on table 1. He's in a commanding position against Chris Wakelin. He leads 2-0.
Gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
The world number 27, Pang Zhengzhou, in a commanding position here on table 1, leading the world number 15, Chris Wakelin, 2-0. Best of 5 these matches here at Championship League, first to 3.
Chris Wakelin to break.
1 point for a win. Wakelin is absolutely searching for something, decides to nestle into the back of the pack, and, well, this would be something. Has he left the red to middle?
Touching ball.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what Chris Wakelin's game plan has become.
Question, Pete. Has anyone ever gained an advantage from rolling into the back of the pack off the break?
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so.
It's the most pointless thing ever, in my opinion. Okay, he's bought himself a couple of shots early on in this frame by not breaking off and leaving the long red.
And now he's just played the shot he would have played off the break off anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure that Chris's head's on the job at the moment. He's got to be careful though. Pang's obviously in decent touch with that century in the last frame.
Well, the result is in over on table 2, and Jack Jones has lost 3-2 to Hossein Vafai. It all got a little bit shaky for Hossein at one point there. Jack needed snookers. Hossein played an outrageous shot, really, to leave him with a few penalty points, but he's got the job done in the end. First result, Hossein Vafai 3-2 over Jack Jones.
Well, he's got into that one quite well. He's got a shot at the blue. If you can pot this blue and get on a red, he could be in business. Unfortunately, he's clipped to red and gone in off. That's relief for Chris Wakelin. Just glances this red on the way past. Now then, Chris, can he knock this long red in?
Not the sort of shot you want to have to play, considering what's gone before, but it was the shot that he had to take on. Just to make things worse, he's left it absolutely plumb for Pang.
This red was the black pass into either corner pocket. No, it's slightly more awkward. But if it does pass and he can get on it, it could become a good chance very quickly. He's looking at taking the bottom red closest to the pocket just off the cushion. That would open the whole frame up if he could get it. But now I think he's changed his mind.
Well, I can only assume that he was concerned about making contact with that red on the top cushion because, as you say, the red nearest to the left corner pocket opened that frame up completely, and it was pretty much the problem ball on this table. And now he's got to find another good shot to get back down for the Reds.
Yeah, because he's not blessed in the cue power department. Didn't really get the zip off the cue ball he was looking for on that previous shot.
Green ball, okay.
Well, he's still in play just about. Not in
12.
Perfect position by any means. Looks like it's going to have to be the red closest to the left-hand side cushion.
Amazing how quickly things can run awkward as well. A few moments ago, had he taken that red on to left corner, okay, it was the more difficult pot of the two. It was certainly missable from where he was, but it got him in nicely around the black spot, a lot more tidy than he is at the minute. Just chasing this break for the moment.
Yeah, I think he's a good shot away from winning this frame. But he hasn't found it.
Pang Jungwoo, 12.
Again, that wasn't the bad shot. That was very difficult using the rest. Had the tackle on the end of the cue as well. It was a few moments ago, that decision that he made. But much to his delight, he hasn't left anything for Chris Wakelin. And now Wakelin needs colours to come to his rescue, which I think they have.
Yeah, pretty good safety from Pang. A pretty good reply from Chris. I mean, he may have left this red to the left-hand corner, but it's not easy. Definitely not easy to get back out for a colour. Yeah, and in the end, he's actually hit the wrong side of the red.
Well, Chris has a red available to left corner, and he can thread this cue ball sort of over the black spot, round the back of the red, back out for a colour. But again, got nowhere near the pot. Worrying times for Chris Wakelin.
his focus definitely not there at the moment. Now one good putt again for Pang. A little bit of a stretch, but if he can knock this in, he'll be in amongst them. Yeah, and in it goes. Now then. Just knock it past those 3 reds for the black.
Put himself in a strong position here, just chipping away at these loose reds. Happy to leave the reds tied up on the top cushion. Can keep himself with high value colours here. He may only need that 1 red closest to left corner. There's a definite chance to get this match won. Just looking ahead at the schedule as well for Chris Wakelin. He's got 4 matches today. He's not back on until 4:30. Then he'll play the final match of the day here on table 1. Probably like to take himself out and just try and reset himself. Try and find some focus, because he's looked anything but so far today.
16.
Yeah, Pang just leaving things a little more awkward than he should be. Shouldn't be a problem. But gotta be careful with the positional side. Yeah, he struck that nicely. That was a really nice rest shot. 30 in front already. Yeah, didn't mean to kiss the pink, I don't think. Just put him slightly out of position again. Now, can he drop this in and just drop down? Maybe come off the black cushion and land on that bottom red. That's not the kiss he wanted. But that might have worked out perfect if this red does cut.
Well, it's very thin if it does, but what a result if he can just chip this red in.
Yeah, one more reprieve for Chris Wakelin, but I think he's on last chance saloon now. I think Chris is disgusted in himself, the way he's playing this morning.
But as always, with this group stage format, there's always something to play for, so that little glimmer of positivity that I'm sure Chris Wakelin can't find at the moment, He will be back for more matches today and tomorrow. Chance to win more money. Still a chance to keep his hopes alive. You know, if you can't win the group, at least get back into the next group, Group 2, and so on.
Not really sure what Pang has played there. That is not a good shot at all. I'm not even sure what he played.
A definite head scratcher.
And now he's left himself in a little bit of trouble.
And he should be even in more trouble the next time he comes back to the table. Touching ball declared, big target in behind that yellow and brown. He's walked himself into a corner here, Pang.
He doesn't have to do any heroics really. He could just roll up to the reds if he wanted. May try and clip off him and go back to ball, but doesn't need to. Yeah, and that's the danger in trying to get back to ball. He's caught them way too thick and presented Chris with a chance. Chris cannot believe how bad he's playing.
Nor can I, to be honest. You know, he's had a really good season, Chris Wakelin. He seems to be growing in strength to strength. Runner-up at the International Championship, of course. Had a few deep runs in tournaments. Just shy of £180,000 banked already this season for Chris. Into the top 16. Playing in the Masters, so much to look forward to.
6.
You know, I do think that Chris is. I'm not sure if he's having a kid or he's just had a kid. You know, maybe that has taken a little bit of his focus off his practice. There's another not great positional shot from Pang Junxiu, just needing a red and a colour for the match.
Surely he's not found the gap here.
I don't think it's going to matter whether he has or he hasn't. Can't see Chris Wakelin getting back in this frame. And he has.
Never rains, it pours. It was such a poor shot that Pang played there. Just managed to creep past the black far enough to find the gap for the red, so 55 points the lead. This black is match ball.
sure Chris will try and chase the snooker he requires, but I wouldn't be surprised if he just shakes his hand and goes.
120.
Well, it was a particularly tall order that for Chris Wakelin, and attempting the double kiss to get the cue ball back to Bork has gone wrong. So Pang now facing this red, and if he pots it, I'm sure there will be a handshake. And in it goes, and steps up Chris Wakelin to offer his hands. So a really disappointing start to proceedings here for Chris Wakelin. 2 matches played, 2 matches lost, but that's nothing for Pang to concern himself with. He's done a job here. He's landed a quick kill over the world number 15, Chris Wakelin. Pang Junzhu registering his first win of this group as Wakelin chucks the towel in there. I'm not surprised. Chance to get away and just reset himself. Pang Junzhu, a 3-0 winner.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
The future is 9 ball.
Has a past, but it has a bright future.
9 ball is the future because of the history.
More professional pool tournaments.
Around the world.
More traveling, more fun.
More cash, more trophies.
More drama.
I can play big tournaments close to my home.
More motivation for everyone.
We all play in one roof.
The world ranking is the most important thing. The pool players have clarity.
Transparency.
See where you stand and
See where you want to head to.
To qualify for the big events.
Trying to become #1.
It's a great opportunity to play the best event of the year.
Dream come true, Mosconi Cup.
The Mosconi Cup.
the dream for everyone must go like that.
What a shot he's played there. A minimum of $3 million prize money. Over 49 ball World Tour events. Over 1,000 hours of live pool.
It's fast and exciting to watch, and you never know what can happen.
just shoot them in order.
The 9 Ball World Tour.
World Tour.
9 Ball World Tour.
9 Ball World Tour.
9 Ball World Tour.
Brought to you by Matchroom.
gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace.
John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Day one of the BetVictor Championship League here live from the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. Snooker back for 2025, and we're a couple of minutes away from our third match in Group 1. Here's the results so far. Gary Wilson beating Chris Wakelin 3-1. Not a good session for Wakelin. Of course, he actually lost that match to Pang 3-0. Hossein Vafai won an absolute marathon on table 2 against Jack Jones. Highest break only 42 Vafai. Jones made a century, but the fact is Vafai was the winner. Elliot Slessor and Ryan Day still in their first frame. And so on table 1, it's going to be Gary Wilson and Jack Jones. As I say, Jones made the century, but just lost quite a scrappy decider. Had a very long second frame there that he actually won. But of course, these are short matches. Still early, but it's not quite right, that table, is it? Because Chris Wakelin's lost 2 matches. But anyway, it's early yet. So we'll get table 1 underway shortly when the players turn up. But in the meantime, Ryan Day and Elliot Slessor involved in a very close first frame. Slessor playing out of a snooker. The cue ball's gone back here, so obviously missed the first time. 5 points in it. Ryan Day, I mean, you talk about stalwarts of the Championship League, but, you know, I was not surprised at all to see his name down. He's played in all but one, and the one he didn't play in was because his ranking had slipped, so he actually wasn't eligible. Other than that, he's played in every Championship League. The only player who's played in all of them, and he'll be here next week to keep his record going, is the man who won the ranking event in the summer, Ali Carter.
Yeah, no surprises to see Ryan elect to play in Group 1 as well. There's a lot of prize money to be won in this event. You know, you look at it and see the top prize as £10,000 and think, you know, perhaps it isn't as big as a lot of the other tournaments on the calendar, which is right in one way, but remember, £100 for every frame won in this. There's money to be won in the playoffs. You know, winning the group adds an extra incentive. But if you stay in Group 1 and make your way through to Group 7, say, that's some serious dough to be won.
Yeah, I was saying to Gary Wilson upstairs, because he won that first match, but it was a bit of a comedy of errors at times. There was all sorts going wrong. The scoreboard broke. The rest head didn't work at one point. It was loose. Other things going wrong. He didn't play his best snooker, but got 300 quid out of it. You know, and sometimes you can play really well in first rounds of ranking events and get nothing.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this group phase format. Same for Chris Wakelin applies now. He's played 2 matches, he's lost 2, but he's not out of it. You play in a ranking event, you lose a game, you're out of the event, as you say. So still plenty to play for, albeit he probably doesn't feel that way at the moment.
No, he's got a little break, Chris. He'll be back on this table at 4:30. We'll just watch this while we wait for Gary Wilson and Jack Jones to arrive. Elliot Slessor, world number 31. He's on the up and up, really. He got to that Welsh Open semi last season and the Northern Ireland Open semi this season.
I'm a really big fan of the player that Elliot Slessor is becoming. I've grown up with him right from junior age, and something he's worked on so hard in recent years. And I know he works with Chris Henry, who is a coach to many players on the World Snooker Tour. He's worked on his attitude, and I think just his whole mindset and his outlook on the game is so much better than it used to be when we were younger. And I can only see him going in one direction in this game, and it's continuing to rise the rankings.
And Ryan Day, of course, vastly experienced, 44 years of age. He's 29 in the world as it stands right now. Full-time ranking event winner.
Yeah, he was having a little bit of a steward's inquiry upstairs, Ryan Day, when he arrived this morning. The schedule has worked out in such a way that he plays 2 games today and then plays his remaining 4 matches tomorrow. And if he then goes on to make the semi-finals and potentially the final, that's 6 matches he's going to have to play tomorrow.
He's maybe close a second time of asking. A dramatic start between these two. Of course, this is only the second match on table 2. Schlesser's going to stay on to play Hossein Vafai in the last match of the session, but they could be rolling straight through into the next session, which starts at 4:30 UK time. That's a terrific pot. And that little kiss leaves him on the brown. He's going to need the blue as well.
Seven.
What a strike that was on the green from Elliott. Sure he'd like that brown back though. He could have left himself just a little further away from this blue. It's maybe too close for comfort. Still potable though. Doesn't need to do anything with the cue ball, just pot this blue.
Yeah, not foul anything in the process. In it goes. So looking like 1-0 to Schlesser, just handing the equipment back to Tatiana Wollaston. We're going to have a first tomorrow because her husband Ben is actually going to be commentating. So he's going to be commentating on his wife, it would seem.
It's a sale.
Look forward to that tomorrow. In the meantime, Gary Wilson and Jack Jones are here on table 1.
Yeah.
So Gary Wilson, of course, has won his first match against Chris Wakelin. And Jack Jones has lost his first match, but he lost 3-2, so he's got those 2 frames in the bag. Hoping to get his first point on the board here. World Championship runner-up, of course, last year, but lost his top 16 place as the season went on, so he won't be at the Masters next week, which I'm sure is disappointment to him. Gary Wilson will play Sean Murphy on Sunday night. That's Sunday the 12th, not this week, but week on Sunday. So be on day 1 after the small match of Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins in the afternoon.
Well, that's a good opening red from Gary, although he shouldn't have even had that available to him. This black will pot to left corner, although gearing up to take the pink. Problem ball he'd like to get rid of at some point is that red next to the black.
Yeah, Jones, he lost 3-2. It was a long match. There were a few interruptions with scoring issues, but 2.5 hours all told, and that only finished about 20 minutes ago.
Cheers.
You mentioned just briefly there about the Masters, Dave, and I've got no doubt that when Jack Jones, always Gary misses that red, when Jack Jones reached that world final and saw his place in the top 16 for the first time, it would have definitely been in his mind thinking, yes, I'm in the Masters, but it just goes to show how quickly the rankings can turn around. If you don't keep backing up results in the modern game now, you can soon drift down.
Yeah, he he hasn't quite pushed on. He did get to the quarterfinals of the British Open and the Champion of Champions. That's not a ranking event, but yeah, disappointment for sure. Because I interviewed him here in the summer, first event of the season, and he said he was looking to get in the top 8, you know, to really bed himself in. He's actually just dropped out the 16. It's so competitive now, though, not only to get in, but to stay in. Gary Wilson himself, coming into this event, is number 16. So he's in for now, but the next big cut-off, of course, is the World Championship, getting a seeding for the Crucible, as opposed to having to qualify. Well, blue, pink and black, not great now, as it stands.
Yeah, Gary purposefully there, just choosing to play the thicker safety shot on those reds, just to try and bring more balls back into play, but he's moved a lot of reds. No colours seem to have poke the heads back out into open play though, so still quite cagey stuff. I don't think any player in particular in this format likes long drawn out frames or matches. There can be long days here at Championship League, a lot of matches to be played. There was a pretty quick one from Gary. Played a shot similar in his opening match. Slightly quick delivery. Bit of movement on that one. Got nowhere near the pot.
Well, that was a strange holding off. Try doing this deliberately. You have no chance at all of getting anywhere near the middle pocket. Of course, we'll be hearing a lot about the World Championship as we, of course, head into 2025, and indeed the man who beat Jack Jones in the final, Corin Wilson, he's going to be here next week, as indeed is the 7 times champion Ronnie O'Sullivan, Neil Robertson, a former winner, Judd Trump, they're also on the start list this year. Mark Selby, a 4 times champion, and of course the defending champion here, he'll be here next week as well.
What a group that looks, by the way, Group 3. Ronnie, Kyron and Mark Selby all in the same group.
It's almost like you'd be happy to be relegated the day before, so you wouldn't have to play them all. Well, it's just gone a bit messy. But the mists will clear here eventually. Jack Jones is certainly known for being dogged, for getting stuck in. He doesn't mind any type of game, and indeed at the Crucible he seemed to almost sort of bring players down a level, and that's not a criticism, it's actually a compliment. Judd Trump really struggled against him. Si Jarwi didn't sort of have his natural flair against him. Stuart Bingham in that semi-final as well.
Yeah, he's in no way a slow player, Jack Jones. Just sometimes the games he finds himself involved in go quite scrappy, which in turn can increase the average shot time of a player, and not a lot is available. A lot of safety play to be played, and that can result in frames like this where the balls go really awkward. But he's very good at what he does, Jack Jones. He's a very tough match player. I've practiced with him a number of times down the years, and I've always felt that he's very hard to beat, even in practice.
Yeah, I mean, look at the players he's beaten at the Crucible last 2 years. Ali Carter, Neil Robertson, Zhang Anda, because he's had such a great run of things. Si Jiawei, Judd Trump, Stuart Bingham. I mean, it's some list. He's got to try and do it in the other tournaments, I guess. That's the secret to getting a high ranking. Anyway, Wilson, he's back in. And this is a better chance now with the black available, the blue shortly to be back on its spot. Yeah, it's amazing what just winning your first match can do, because it wasn't a great contest, although he did play well. Made a couple of 60-odd breaks in the last 2 frames, but just talking to him upstairs, he was in a really chipper mood, where obviously had he lost, he might not have been so chipper. So coming into this match, he's feeling good about things.
Yeah, and quickly tidying this frame up, Gary. Getting 2 of the high-value colours back on spots where they're potable. The reds are quite awkward still. There's a few loose ones to go at.
$22.
This event always really interests me, to see who's been practicing over the festive period, and you can forgive players to put the cue down. Of course, a busy season's now, a lot of tournaments to go in, but of course Gary's playing in the Masters next week, so you can bet your bottom dollar that he's been on the table.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big practicer anyway. I did ask him about that. He said he has done some over the festive period. He did a bit on New Year's Day. I think he's never too far away from the snooker table. Because I made the point earlier, he did play in the Masters 4 years ago, but it was in lockdown. There was no crowd. It wasn't even obviously Ali Pali. It was in Milton Keynes. So this year it's going to be his first proper experience of it.
Yeah, it'll be an amazing experience. What a venue and what an atmosphere it will be down in London. Thoroughly deserved. He's played brilliantly well over the last few seasons. Won a few trophies as well. Seems to have become a home nations expert.
39.
He's earned his place in the Masters and he deserves his moment in the light.
First round losers, by the way, guaranteed 25,000, so it's pretty profitable as well. Anyway, it's £100 a frame here, and he's closing in on 400 for the day so far. Safe reds are to his favour because, of course, he's got a big lead.
$46.
This is the ball that should make it 1-0 to Wallsend's Gary Wilson. Of course, we've got the North East Derby tomorrow morning. He's playing Elliot Slesser. First up.
$59.
Chance to try and promote those 2 reds from the side cushion. Well, he's played in behind them. Gonna need these reds if he's going to have any chance of making a century break. Can he just drop this in and just flick the other one out a touch further?
Gary Wilson 66 on the first frame.
66, he made breaks of 67 and 65 in the last 2 frames against Wakelin, so it's another frame winning break, and Gary Wilson, having already won a match, leads here 1-0.
Gold Trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace.
John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Gary Wilson, 1-0 up here against Jack Jones. He's already won a match, of course. Jones was defeated in his first match against the same for 5. 3-2, as I say, the 2 frames there could still be valuable for Jones, because after points won, you get a point per win, then goes on most frames won, and then least frames lost. So frames are going to play a part, I'm sure, in the various standings. Remember, the top 4 go into the playoffs tomorrow night, and the winner goes into the winners group. The other 3 players plus the 5th place player will come back for group 2 next week. So it's places 6 and 7 that get relegated. Then we have 3 new players coming in on Monday for group 2. Oh, surely not. This will be an extraordinary fluke. Oh, that's amazing. He just gutted he's not on a colour. But what a fluke.
There's just something about the Championship League, isn't there? Look at this. What happens next? Maybe that was the red he was going for originally. What a shot.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tournament that had the Scott Donaldson fluke, which I won't go through chapter and verse, but if you've seen it, you'll know what I mean.
Yeah, well, if you are joining us, you're of course with us on the Matchroom Pool YouTube channel. Just get a moment and just search that in the YouTube bar. The Scott Donaldson fluke in the Championship League. That really was incredible. It has to be seen to be believed.
So let me check from that side, Gary.
Yeah, while we're on the pool channel, because quite often people are asked, you know, what rule would you change? And that's supposing any rules need to be changed, and I'm not sure they do really. But one rule that I've always wondered about is, because in pool you can play the jump shot. You can jump over a ball and pull another ball. In snooker, that's a foul. Now, I suppose the question is, why is it a foul? Because it's actually quite well, it's a very skillful shot when you see it in pool.
Yeah, I can't say I've ever really thought about that, but I suppose the table fitters would be sat watching you play a jump shot with their head in their hands. I half thought you might have said the ball in hand rule there on a foul, because of course you can do that in pool.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those that's talked about. We do have it in the shootout, of course. And I was chatting with Alan McManus, actually, at the Champion of Champions, and he was saying, like, maybe they could think about an event like that, bringing it in. But, you know, the thing is, in any sport, you start changing things, and things you haven't thought about maybe happen that you didn't foresee. Anyway, for now, we're playing the same rules as ever. We were here. There's a lot of time to sit and chat at the Championship League. We were here one year. I won't say who it was, but players were sat around sort of talking about what could be changed. And one of them said they should introduce a second cue ball. But when he was asked why, he couldn't actually say. He couldn't actually come up with the reason for it. As I say, there's a lot of time at this event sat chatting.
What, a second cue ball on the table?
Yeah. But couldn't explain why, what purpose it would serve. Anyway, there's one on the table here, and Jack Jones is trying to connect with this red and knock it in. Not to be, though. And worse still, he's left the same red on to middle.
He's just looking at his way down the table here, Gary. And he's took his medicine. Fancied the natural angle to come 2 cushions down for the black to go close to hitting that red closest to left corner. So he's choosing to drop that one in. got the pink available, or the blue is on. Okay, he's wrong side, but the green being off its spot helps in terms of getting in and out of baulk.
Six. Seven.
This is a great scoring chance for Gary now. Just drop this pink in. He's got 2 reds above the black that will pot. Off the next black, he'll look to probably try and remove that red closest to left corner. That's the problem ball, preventing the black being potable to both corner pockets. And once that's removed, it becomes a really good scoring chance.
14.
He had options there, Gary. Chose the percentage shot. Leave yourself low on this red. Try and just push another one out. He was perfect on the black to go into the pack, but it was a guaranteed shot to land low and bring another red into play. Now he can try and figure out how best to go about getting into those reds again in a few moments' time.
Yeah, he's an accomplished scorer, isn't he? I mean, he's had 5 maximums in tournament play, which puts him very high on that list.
So possibly a chance now to get into that cluster. He's perfect on the blue, should he wish to do it. Well, he's caught them nice, and he's landed perfect.
43.
Good line, good pace, nice and controlled. Couldn't have wished for a better outcome, really.
He was struggling in his first match. Chris Wakelin had real good chances in the 3rd frame to lead 2-1, but he didn't take them. Wilson made a nice clearance, and since then, he's had a real spring in his step. You can see it here, the way he's going around the table. He looks confident, suddenly found a bit of form, and already looking good to take his 2nd point. And of course, if he could win 3-0, then that's a really great start to the day. Realistically, you're looking for sort of 3 points, maybe 4, but 3 points, you're in the mix for a place in the playoffs. And he would have 2 out of 2 with 4 matches to play.
Yeah, I can't stress enough how important the opening game is in this Championship League format. It's the same in the ranking version as well. The first match is always so key. It quite often just sets the tone for your day. There's one man that's hoping anything but that is Chris Wakelin at the moment. But things can still turn around, and we quite often see it. But Gary Wilson is playing some pretty good stuff now.
Yeah, first things first, win the frame, but of course there's a £500 high break prize as well. Pang Zhengzhu's had a 1-2-4. It seems unlikely that's going to win it. So he could set a useful target here. But this black, most importantly, is to leave Jones needing a snooker.
Yeah, it was quite a nice shot to have, really, with that red being just slightly above and to the right of the black, just to hold up the cue ball. Only really have to put all your attention into the pot there. It's now done and dusted.
$75.
He's already made 19 centuries this season. Judd Trump's number 1 on that list. No great surprise there. 47.
$84. $89.
Playing at a good brisk pace as well, Gary. When he's in stroke, he's a devastating scorer.
95. 96.
Well, no century, but
on the front.
a really good 96. So Gary Wilson has taken full control of this match, and already he's only 1 away from collecting his 2nd point of the day. He leads 2-0.
And the gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry. And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Alley Palace. John Higgins! Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
So not quite a century, but 96 from Gary Wilson. And as Stephen said, he's really was playing at a really good pace there, looking confident, and I'm sure he's confident of getting the win here. 2-0, he leads. Jack Jones has not made much impact yet on this match, and time's running out. Wilson's got another match to play later against Hussein Vafai. Meantime, wasn't too impressed with that break-off.
Yeah, and to make things worse, he's not covered the red to left middle. No, just the sort of chance that Jack Jones was hoping for. Well, it's never an easy chance to take when you're 2-0 down in a race to 3. Been sat out pretty much for the last 2 frames, probably feeling a little bit cold off the back of a first round loss as well. Or first game loss.
By the way, on the table 2, it's 1 each, Ryan Day and Elliot Slessor. Of course, that's the second match. Slessor stays on to play Hussein Vafai in the third one.
is he on this red to right corner? If he is, that's worked out a treat. The red just below and to the right of the pink spot. Can he get through to it? Oh, it's very tight. I don't think he can. And he can't quite turn that one over with a trace of side. So he's been a little unfortunate there, Jack, because he caught this pack really well, considering the pink wasn't touching the top of that pack. This is a very tough shot. And he played it confidently. He didn't shy away from that one. Could have been forgiven there to play that with an air of safety. If he misses the red, try and not leave anything for Gary, but he went for it full-blooded. Can't fault that. He's trying to win. Although he certainly wouldn't have played that had it been 0-0.
Well, he's played that one well. Obviously disappointed not to get on a colour, but keeping things tight. Oh dear. Well, just compounding the misery really. He left it a bit hampered. He's a little fortunate to leave the white on top of the blue.
Well, we saw that outrageous fluke that Gary Wilson had in the earlier frame, and that's just as good, really. That is so awkward where that cue ball has come to rest. So much so that he's got nothing really available. He's got to try and just rest up to something here, Gary. Well, this time it's Gary's turn to have a slight bit of good fortune. That red could have just peeked around the side of the blue there and been available for Jack Jones. And the red just below it to right corner is a tough pot because he's slightly hampered by the yellow with his bridge hand. they say luck doesn't even itself out in this game.
Ryan Day is going to be 2-1 up against Ellis Leicester. He's dominated the third frame next door. I'm sure Gary Wilson will feel that Jack Jones needs an easy starter, an easy chance, and that's why he's determined to not give him one, because it's only a short match. He could turn around very quickly.
Yeah, these best of fives are really cutthroat, actually, because the players are all so talented. You know, the standard is so good. The best players in the world, of course, competing in this tournament, and all the players are of a level where they're able to reel frames off very quickly. They all score very heavy nowadays, and 1, 2 frame, 3 frame bursts is just no issue to the guys now. Again, no obvious routes back to baulk here for Gary. The red on the right side cushion is no value. Being sort of frozen to that side rail, you can't get back to baulk from that. A lot of traffic down the left side. Has he been tempted by this red to right corner? No, he tried to find a very narrow path back to baulk, and that was probably just as tough as taking the pot on. I bet he wish he had have taken it on now.
Yeah, because this is what I was saying. He didn't want to leave Jack Jones in with, you know, in a position where you expect him to put something together here. Where's this white, though? Well, I just cannoned the red for a moment. I thought he was going behind it. He's on the blue. So if he can just pot a few here, just get a little break going, could be the start of something. I mean, sometimes players, you know, they might reach a final and not do much else, and you think, well, was it, you know, a bit of a fluke, or did the stars just align for them? You can't say that about the World Championship. He had to qualify. Let's not forget, he beat Neil Robertson. Sorry, that was Jamie Jones, wasn't it? He beat Neil Robertson at the Crucible the year before, I should say. But then this year he beat Zhang Anda, he beat Trump, beat Bingham, etc., etc. So he did it the hard way, and he put Kyren Wilson under pressure on that last night. He was 7-0 down, remember, early on. But he made it close, only lost 18-14 in the end.
80.
Yeah, and you, in my opinion, well, I don't even think it's
90.
opinion, actually. I think it's fact. You can't fluke a deep run in Sheffield. It's too long, there's too much energy required, too much tension, pressure, all of it. It's the ultimate test for snooker players. And okay, Jack Jones fell short to Kyren Wilson in the spring.
25.
But it's an absolute credit to him, the run that he had. Something that no one can ever take away from him.
26.
And if that doesn't give you confidence enough to believe that you can compete at the top of the game, which he is doing now, then I don't know what will. just as you mentioned earlier, Dave, the standard is so high now. It's so competitive. There's so many different winners of tournaments nowadays. It's just a tough game.
Yeah, and I think as well, coming into the new season, I mean, it wasn't that long after the Crucible. It was sort of late June, wasn't it? And, you know, the sort of high of that run to the World Final with all the attention, then it's kind of back to work. We were actually here in the summer, the Mattioli, and clearly it's not the same atmosphere, and you're trying to sort of get those good feelings back, but really it's such a lot of hard work and so many matches you've got to play. And if you do get on a bad run, it's hard to just turn it round. You can't just snap your fingers and make it happen. Did win his first group, having said that, of that Championship League.
Again, just using that chance there from the black to try and take out one of these safer reds, because he still needs a few more. 2 reds in open play, but he needs these ones close to the side rail. A little bit of a stretch for a right-hander. Not a straightforward shot either. A little cut back into a blind bag, trying to navigate the cue ball around the back of the black. And he's gone across the face and he's played it really well. That's a good shot from Jack.
Of course, he got 9 siblings, Jack Jones, so I imagine Christmas was a lively affair. A lot of presents to be bought there.
No, you can see he's a little bit disappointed there to land wrong side of the blue. Okay, he could take the green a little further away than he would have liked to have been. Just needs this red in open play. It's a lovely strike once again. He's a brilliant ball striker, Jack Jones.
51.
So red and a high value colour is numerically enough in this frame, but he'll want one more red just to make absolute certain.
Yeah, and Gary Wilson will feel, you know, I've opened the door here. I mean, he was a heavy favourite at 2-0, just the way he was playing, the way his opponent was struggling. But in these short matches, in the blink of an eye, it can all turn around again. Snooker's needed. Wilson always plays on. But if this red goes in, as Stephen says, surely going to be Jack Jones's frame. It's not in, so 63 the lead, with a possible 59 on the table.
This time the red doesn't run safe, so Jack Jones with a chance to get this first frame on the board for himself, and in it goes, and he'll take that. That's surely now the end of this one. Still very much game on.
Eight.
Yeah, it's the third frame he's won today. Of course, what he needs is points, though, which you only get if you win the match. Blue stays out, but the frame is his. So Jack Jones still very much in this match as Gary Wilson's lead is reduced to 2-1.
gold trophy goes to Alex Higgins.
Stephen Hendry.
And what a time to do it in front of a fabulous crowd here at the Ali Palace.
John Higgins!
Your champion, Ronnie O'Sullivan.
Big frame coming up then, because it's going to decide who takes the point here.
Signing
Jack
time.
Jones has already lost a decider today to Hussein Vafai. Of course, Gary Wilson beat Chris Wakelin 3-1 earlier, so he's looking for his second point. Jones is first.
Again, that red just creeping up the table. Thankfully for Gary, didn't leave an easy starter for Jack, but this red, that red that pokes out from pretty much every break off these days, is onto this right corner. Oh, and he got very close to it.
Yeah, I mean, any closer, that was in. Bit of danger here. The Reds have already opened up. Just a little tap on the table from Jones, just acknowledging the last shot from Wilson.
Yeah, the red closest to this right corner pocket and on the cushion is causing Jack a lot of headache here, because he can't play safe down the right side because of that red. Quite a big target. And he's very limited to options down the left side. And he tried to play a clever one there to try and arc the cue ball off that red and try and thread it through a gap between the pink and a single red. Very, very high tariff. He was in a lot of trouble there, Jack Jones. So that initial tough safety shot from Gary Wilson has pretty much earned him the first good chance in this deciding frame. What can he do with it?
Three.
Well, all that room to get on one of the Reds, either the higher one or the low one to left corner, is on neither, I think.
It's so frustrating as a player when that happens. You play down from a baulk colour thinking you can't fail to be on a red. A couple of mil to the right, he's on the one left of the pink. A couple of mil the other way, he's on the red above the black. When things can go wrong on a snooker table, you quite often find that they do. The game has a funny way of just finding awkward places for you when you least want it in a decider.
Well, looking for the thin edge, but missed them altogether. Jack Jones only scored 1 point in the first two frames, remember. Wilson had breaks of 66 and 96. Since then, Jones has had 58 and 69. Felt there was no value just having the white replaced and Jones just adjusting, getting the thin edge, so played the safety himself.
Big chance for Gary. He won't be tempted by going for anything here. It's a big chance to get the cue ball in behind the green. Can play a thicker safety shot, just a trace of left-hand side to throw the cue ball wide off the second cushion. A good line, looks a little touch pacey. Gary's certainly in control of this decider at the moment. He's asking all the questions of Jack Jones. He's finding those awkward spots when playing safe to really limit what Jack Jones can do in return. But in this game, you're only ever one mistake away from undoing all the hard work prior.
What?
So he's made 2 frame winning breaks to force the decider. What can he do here? Definitely a real toughness about him.
I think it does, but I just want to check it.
We've seen that not just at the Crucible, obviously that's the biggest stage where you can demonstrate that, but I think he always makes it a match for anybody.
8.
Big frame though, because it's all very well, I said, you know, frames can help you in the table, but number 1 is points, and he needs to start getting them on the board.
Now importing that red clears the black spot completely, so this is starting to become a more conventional chance for Jack Jones to get this match won. Got 3 obvious loose reds in open play. Or he'd like to go some way into bringing more reds into play. Possibly has the chance here to land himself
60.
low on this black. bring a few more reds into play, knowing that he's got the one loose red above the pink. There's a bit of insurance to land. Yeah, he took the chance to get into them there, and it was the right shot to play, knowing that he had reds in open play. Now, how's his luck? At first glance, he's on nothing easy. Can he get through to this red to the left middle pocket? Yeah, he's down to it, so he can. Great chance this now for Jack Jones.
Well, it'd be some turnaround. He scored 1 point in the first 2 frames. Another player, though, who's joined the big time, hasn't he, in recent times? Gary Wilson himself, of course. Already up to 3 ranking titles.
Yeah, and the more you're putting yourself in these positions, playing against the best players in the world, going deep in tournaments and climbing the rankings, you're never beaten. Regardless of the scoreline, you're never beaten and you're never out of it. And Jack Jones is showing us all his battling qualities here. As I say, there's always something to play for in this Championship League, whether it be a few quid by winning the odd frame here and there, or the chance of a comeback to get the points and progress through the event. Always something on the line. Now it seems very unlikely that Jack Jones is going to make a mistake. He's got these balls spread to perfection.
Gary Wilson had his chance, but he didn't land on a red, did he? He had a couple of chances to be on one, but both ended up obscured by the pack. Still in good shape. I mean, we're early on anyway, but even if he loses 3-2, it's not a disaster. But had he won the match, and he still may because frame's not over, but we're to get to 2 points from 2 matches, he's already looking really good to make the playoffs.
Yeah, and it's the sort of result that keeps everyone's interest, because you don't want to see a player go sort of run off with the group early on, register too many points on the first day, and it feels like you're just playing for placings.
62.
Well, if something's going to go wrong, it's going to have to be soon. He's 55 in front, 75 on.
63.
So he's going to need, after this pink, another red.
Yeah, he's taken these well, Jack Jones.
69.
Gary was very much in control of this frame. He had the upper hand in the safety exchange, but took a red on that I fancied him to get, missed it, and this has been the result. Played a great shot, Jack, sort of midway through this break, to bring the whole pack into play, knowing that he had such a high chance of landing on the loose reds as well. Took the bull by the horns, and this has been the result. Great contribution.
$77.
Yeah, his shoulders didn't drop. He lost his first match. He was 2-0 down, not really doing anything, but dug in, and that's what Jack Jones does. He's got great resilience, and he's demonstrated again here, and also very clinical when these chances came along. I think even for Wilson, with his great love of laying snookers, there's no way back now in this frame. He made breaks of 66 and 96. Wilson was looking very good, very confident. Jack Jones has hit back 58, 69,
84.
This break at 84 already. Well, he made a century against Vafai, and that last shot, every chance to make one here.
Another great shot there from Jack. A little bit of an exhibition shot. Plenty of right-hand side.
£93.
Still a high break up for grabs as well. £500 for the highest break.
Well, what a great finish, and that black for the 97th century of his career, so he's getting very close to joining that century club. Yeah, 135 would be a useful target for the high break prize. So a really high quality finish this. Jack Jones was being outplayed early on, 2-0 down, doing nothing, found a way back in, and my word, he's finished strongly. 135 to win the decider and to win his first point here in Group 1 of the Championship League. From 2-0 down, he beat Gary Wilson 3-2. Yeah, and as we were saying, the £500 high break prize for the group, that's a good target already from the Welshman, his second century of the day, but of course crucially his first point. So these are the results we've seen. Gary Wilson of course did beat Chris Wakelin earlier 3-1, then Pang Jung-Zhu also beat Wakelin 3-0. Vafai of course beat Jones on table 2. It's a long old fourth frame there. Ryan Day 2-1 up to Elliot Slessor, and there's still a match to come in this session. Vafai plays Slessor, so plenty to be decided there. That's live on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But for us, we'll just check the league table before we go. There's, of course, very early on yet, but already it's tight, isn't it? We've got 4 players who've all won a match, albeit Pang and Vafai have only played 1. But Chris Wakelin already struggling, having played 2, and no points on the board yet. So to come this evening, Chris Wakelin, Jack Jones will be our first match. Wakelin needs points. He's got 2 matches here. He's got to get something out of the session, clearly. I'm saying Vafai plays a couple. And we'll be back at 4:30, so just time to get something to eat. And we'll be back for the evening session on day 1 of Group 1 here at the BetVictor Championship League.